Good morning. It is June 4th, 2026, a Thursday morning. It's a balmy 23C here and mostly cloudy with a lot of rain again yesterday. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm watching on my primary monitors, Bookmap here, and IRT. And my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So I can watch the market, focus on the market, anticipate my setups, take my trades, manage my trades. And I don't have to be screen snapping and, typing in a journal and doing all those important things. So I can just focus on the market and I have everything captured. It's quite a good idea, actually. Wasn't original, but I have certainly adopted it. It was suggested, and I've adopted it and taken it to this level. Now, I am not licensed to, nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice. The purpose of this is educational or entertainment or comedy relief or whatever you want to look at it. I do trade live, as I said. I only trade statistically vetted trade setups which have a positive expectancy. And when one of the advantages of that is I know in advance what setups I have vetted, and I see if they are or are not setting up. If one is, then I watch, right? And as it sets up, if it develops a trigger, that enters the trade. And then I manage the trade. And that's all done live here on Bookmap. So, there's a disclaimer in the description here. So please read that about the financial stuff. Advice, whatever, that this is just for education or entertainment purposes. But real important and a big benefit from this stream is the chat here. A lot of, good collaboration and suggestions, which is really important. This, as I said, is my virtual trading journal, and I let anybody that wants to look over my shoulder here and contribute in the chat. And by no means do I intend this to be a my way or the highway deal. This is what I'm doing now to develop my trading business to consistent profitability to support myself and my family. It is a business. It's not a game or a gambling or anything else. And I share that with full transparency and accountability. I have a very strong commitment to take no trades off the stream. In fact, that's why I've now started a Globex stream every evening that starts at 1700 since Sunday night, just this week, to analyze whether there's any interesting potential in whether there's any interest or potential in trades for the opening range trade breakouts in the Globex Open or the Asia Open. Again, for complete transparency, if there was an opportunity and I took a trade, I need to have that in the stream. So there you go. Let's get on with the numbers now, which are over here. This is my original news source, and which I like for copying and pasting in Discord or wherever. Here was our continuing jobless claims out at 7:30, and that's the only 3-star event we have left for today. Scheduled typical economic event. We may, in fact, have other, risk potential, and in fact, I believe that we do, but they will not be reflected here. This investing.com only tracks traditional events. Also earnings. Now, with both news sources, you can filter them for wherever you want and whatever reports you want, your time zone, etc. And notice here that the event title if you hover your mouse over it, it turns into a URL. So if you don't know what continuous jobless claims are, you can hover over there, click that link, and go find out all about it. See the most recent releases, etc. Financial Juice is my other news source, and I track it pretty much for the opposite reasons as investing.com. They do pull non-traditional economic reports or releases or events into their calendar, but events that that everybody in the business now knows have a huge potential for risk. Example, Trump's going to announce something on coal at 1400. Vett is going to be speaking at 9 o'clock. These are not traditional in any way or normal, economic events, but everybody, unless you've been living under a rock, you know that there's a huge potential when these guys get around a microphone or a camera that something could be said which would interject a risk or apply a risk to our market. Not intended to be, nor is it any type of a political comment at all. But as traders today, our main job is to protect our account. The fundamental way that you protect your account is risk management. You cannot mitigate or manage a risk if you don't know that it's coming. So I really appreciate these heads up. I will be flat at 1400 for sure. Not so much for Vett because they don't seem to move much on his stuff, on his words, but definitely I'll be flat at 1400 because that's a risk I don't have any idea. And I'm not, again, no political comment, and it's perfectly fine. There's the president of the United States. If he wants to make an announcement, that's his business. But with this guy, in this circumstance, he could say something to do with coal, obviously. He could say something completely random. Well, we're going to blow up Iran tonight. You know how it goes. And so we don't know. And therefore, it's an unknown critical risk. And I appreciate that they have it in here. On the right side over here is more of a squawk box where things are, they kind of try to keep a running account of what's going on. So there we go. Let's look at the pre-markets now. This is my charting package, which is Investor RT. And the first thing you need to look at is there's the overnight. Well, if that's not a perfectly balanced rotational chop fest, I never saw one. This is absolutely in the hold, as far as I'm concerned. Here's yesterday's RTH, and we are 100% short inventory all night. Well, not really. We closed right here, and we're about 50-50 actually. Here's the close, right down here. There was a big late sell-off after 1500. Here was the cash close up here, and then they sold them down into 1600 Central Standard Time. These times are all Central Standard. All times that on my charts, my monitors, or that I refer to are Central Standard Time. So I'm looking for a open auction. I kind of think we're treading water looking for some random risk event like the Trump speech today, or remember that tomorrow is non-farm payroll, which is a big deal. It's the biggest typical granddaddy of them all, and except for perhaps the FOMC rate decisions. One word about Investor RT. Any of these windows you can notice in the title bar is the instrument, the periodicity, and the session. So you never are lost at what that is. This is my mini ES, NQ, micro composite, and market profile, and this is my micro ES, NQ, and micro composite. I don't change the market profile from mini to micro. I do obviously change from full session to RTH session, but I don't. This is always on the minis. So let's look at the higher time frame here. And this is, obviously the micros are pretty much the same story as the minis. A little bit more deviation, actually, but pretty much in the hold. So this is my micro composite, or my high time frame chart. And that's the best place to start, I believe, from the top down. Again, what are this? This is the micro ES daily time frame, and it's the RTH session. So each one of these candles represents a full day RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I continue the volume profile. That generates a micro composite VPOC, which would be this yellow line here, and these other ones are naked one. And these red and green lines represent the high and low volume nodes of this current micro composite volume profile. And the values for these red and green, which these red and green lines represent, are pushed automatically to Bookmap. And so are the session prices. Let's look at the volume now. What are we doing so far today? Well, looky here. 120% volume at this point in time. At this time of day, looking back over 20 trading periods, and we're at a 1.75 or 7 ticks ATR for a 1 minute bar. Higher volume. That's pretty interesting, actually, considering the chop fest we're going through. So let's look at the at Bookmap. I assume you're familiar with Bookmap. If you're not, this is the heat map or the chart. These are my columns that, as I have them set up, and I prefer them. So starting from the right over here is the micro composite column, where I manually enter the values from the micro composite chart, like the POC, the all-time high, that kind of thing. The automatic high and low volume nodes, which push programmatically from IRT to Bookmap, are right here. Here's an example. And this is the full session volume profile. This started plotting last night at 1700 and has continued through 1600 today. This is the full session, or the Globex. This is not the ETH, and you'll see exactly the profile. This is the first print of the overnight session right here. That's where Blue Boy is. And this is the current market. So you can tell at a glance that the entire session here is in view. The entire overnight session so far is in view. And I will know exactly what the context is. This Blue Boy over here is just a vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. That's all. It's nothing mysterious or magical. And here you have it for there's the open. There's the first print of the yesterday's RTH session. Remember when I said that we closed up here and then there was a sell-off after 1600? Well, there you go. There's 1500, and then this happened between 1500 and 1600 last night. And now we're down here. That's Blue Boy's really been a handy tool, and what a, how stupid that, I didn't think of that a long time ago. I was busy putting flags over here about naked volume points of control, migrating and all that stuff. So much easier. Anyway, these are the RTH volume profile and delta. Then this is the statistics column, which is very important to me, and the session prices, which I mentioned push automatically from Bookmap. From IRT to Bookmap, in which I'm happy to share with anyone that could use them free. Just let me know in the chat. Like, subscribe, let me know. They come down as a CSV file from Google, so there's no possibility of hanky-panky with, some nefarious package or something. It's pushed out of Google. So I push the values up to Google from my machines, and then I share them, disseminate them down. I don't have a dome here anymore. Because it was taking up columns and I don't trade with the DOM. I'm trading with this active data data column over here, and when I trade with a mouse. So the most important DOM columns are the liquidity. Arguably, this is ask and bid at every price, and then of course the prices. There's no indicators on my IRT or my bookmap. There are only price. I have to function on keep it simple, stupid. The KISS principle. So this is the last price, not the bid, the ask, or the spread. This is the last price. There is a full session volume point of control right here, which is a more muted yellow. Then there's a brighter yellow, which is the RTH. There's a VWAP for the Globex. There's a VWAP for the RTH, and there's a mid price. That's it. Then and these are just session prices. I mean, this is the overnight low. There's the developing value area low. There's the previous low. These are all just common sense price, no trickery or anything. POC, for example, what is that? Well, it's nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in this session. So far in this overnight, we've at 75.40 has traded 6,918 contracts right here. See the number? The split nanosecond or whatever, teeny weeny bit of time that one of these other price levels trades 6,919, the yellow line, the POC is going to move there. That's all it is. The price at which the most contracts have traded so far in that session. Easy. Volume weighted average price is the VWAP, and the mid is, that ought to be pretty obvious. There are a couple of levels which come from the market profile, which is the initial balance low and high. They seem to confuse people because there's a pretty significant statistic associated with the initial balance. Who dreamed that up? I don't know. What these prices, these two flags actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all it is. Again, keep it simple, stupid. Now let's look at the statistics and determine where we are with that. So I don't see the close here anywhere, but hold on, I think I'm going to sneeze. Okay. The first thing we need to do for the statistics is to determine the statistical open type. And if I could find the close here, I'd be pretty happy about that, but I haven't seen it go by yet. I know it's not the high. It's not above the high anywhere. So what is happening is the close is laying underneath one of these values. So I'm going to have to look at IRT to see exactly where we did close this thing at. I'm guessing we closed it at about the 42s. Huh? Wow, really? So we closed it right around here on the lows pretty much. All right. So the way you determine the open type is if we opened right here, right now, how would that relate to the previous close? And we've just determined that the close is right down here. There we are. Right there's the close. We are higher than the close. How would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the low, and the high is above us. Previous RTH low, previous RTH range. So it is higher in range. So we need to change the title here first and foremost. I do. anyway, to higher in range. And the reason I do this, oh man, I forgot I had cap locks on or something else. The reason I do this is when I'm looking at a screen snap of this stream or the stream itself, I can just glance at that title and know what the relationship for the statistical open was without doing the calculation. Now, the next thing we're going to do is get rid of, hold on, let me make sure you understand what's up. Get rid of the statistics from yesterday. So, clear the column. Boom, bitty boom. Now, I'm going to do a snap that I do every day at 8:20, and then we'll get right back to the flushing out these statistics. Stop sneezing. And the snap that I do every day is called the TLab snap. And it is, you ask yourself, what in the hell does that mean? Well, I'll tell you. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room conceived and led by a guy named Tom B., who, hold on, this is why I stream and do my journal this way. I can't multitask, like I said, worth two hoots in hell. So, all right, the TLab snap that I do every day at 8:20 is this. It is, the TLab is, as I said, it's a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and led by him still. He's got about 48 years trading experience, started as a professional money manager. Doesn't trade live, nor do they call trades in there. But it is good philosophy, good common sense, risk management, you know, a lot of good people there. And I was quite active before until I took actually Tom's advice to focus on my market, narrate my market, and focus on my trading rather than and I interpret that to mean rather than yucking it up in a Discord site, you know, a Discord room all the time, I focus on my market. And that's how the stream grew out of it. So every day at about somewhere around 6, I post the reports for the day, a screen snap, which would be this. And then I post this every day in there as just, you know, morning guys, respect to Tom, whatever, you know, just a helping hand or sign of respect or tip your hat or depends on where you're from. So that's the TLab story. Yeah, a couple other things. Let me say, you're never solicited for anything in the TLab, and it is provided and sponsored by Bookmap, right? So obviously they would like to have you subscribe to Bookmap, but you're never solicited for that or anything else that I'm aware of. I'm not in there hardly ever anymore because I'm focused on my trading. I do read the chats and stuff, but you know, not real time as much. So yeah, I'm sure you're not, I'm sure no one was ever going to solicit you for anything in there. I don't think Tom would stand for that. Okay, back to the statistics. Now, let's do that before we get openy-dopeny time over here. The statistics are from, coincidentally, the statistics tab. This is a study from IRT. Yesterday, we opened lower in range. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type. And if you notice, the text changes from black to blue on some of these. Wherever one of these levels has been revisited, or this level has been achieved in the current session, they change the text. So what we're going to do here is, I don't keep this updating automatically. So on IRT, if I hold Shift and click this little guy right over here, notice up here it's going to recalculate these. So this I don't expect to change because we haven't opened yet, right? But we've just determined in our homework that higher in range is going to be the open type. So the system looks back at the most recent 1,800 trading days. Of these trading days, price opened higher in range 556 of them. Of these 556 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.6% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, ETH volume point of control, 80.6. Drum roll, please. There you have just how difficult this is. And let me point out, now what I'm going to do now is just go down the list. Overnight point of control, overnight high, 74.5. Okay. Overnight high is right there, 74.5. Ooh, not 47. I'm dyslexic. These numbers are a real challenge. It's a lot of fun. It's like a video game. Overnight mid is 74.1. Where the hell did that go? Well, we better unwind these a little bit here so we can sort of see some of these others. Well, the overnight mid needs to be right around here somewhere, and it's got to be right under all of this noise. It's probably right under the POC, to be honest about it. I think they're probably on top of each other at this moment. Let's check, but we'll move on. Overnight mid. Where the hell are you there, boy? What I'm looking for is E-mid. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I mean, it's got to be between the high and the low, huh? And the football, right? And there's the profile. So I'm thinking it's right in here. Let's just slap it right over here and hope for the best. 74.1. Okay. Next. Previous close, 69.1. We already figured out where that was. Getting ready to open. I'm getting ready. I'm just ticking them off, right? I'm just going down the list. The IB high, that's something I was looking for. Let's look for IB low, 69.7. Let's jump up here to the IB low real quick because I want to show you something. 69.7 IB low. Remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. I always put those initials there because the second we open, this price is going to jump down below current price. And I'll be wondering what the hell was up here. So there you are. Previous POC is 66.2. Excuse me. What am I doing? Again, with the because this POC is going to instantly move the minute we open, which we're going to do in a minute and a half. So I'm going to call the statistics good for this point in time. Oh, I'll tell you what I wanted to see was previous low. Where did you go? Oh, you like my singing? Previous low is 34.4. Previous low, 34.4. It should, very important to understand. These are not hard, fast targets, guaranteed, whatever. This is probabilities. This is the probability or the percentage of time that this level was revisited by price when we opened higher in range, looking back over 1,800 days. And this is only looks at the two criteria that I mentioned. The relationship to the previous close and the relationship to the previous high or low. Doesn't matter if, they drop a nuclear bomb on North Dakota or whatever. It's only two criteria. So there you go. We're going to open this mess now in 30 seconds. So let's hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Traders. And there's something happening with a great deal of, and we're open, and I'm going to try to do that. And there we go. This freeze while it calculates is not a good thing. I can tell you that right now. That's a lot of fun. Not, maybe not. Remember, your main objective as a trader is to preserve your account. The fundamental way to do that is risk management. I highly recommend only taking trades which you have previously identified to have a positive expectancy with specific criteria to validate an entry. Not, oh Christ, this looks good. I'm having a big adrenaline rush here. Let me start clicking this bad boy. That is not what I mean. See if I can get my butt together. Now, there's some changes in my world as far as I always had, let me start over. I always addressed a gap from the previous high or low to the open. And that's wrong. The correct approach, the correct definition of a gap is from the previous close to the previous open. So I'm also got busy babbling over here. I maybe need to change my name from Boomer to Brooke, because I babble sometimes. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change this session from full session right there to RTH. That will align the relative session prices. Now look you see the difference? This is yesterday's RTH session. What was that? Was that just a sell the rips or not? And here's the close and here's our open. No overnight involved anymore. Different perspective, huh? And we'll put this over here. These are for the micros, remember? So here's yesterday, and here's our open. It has common sense finally crept into the markets, and these guys are going to go, wait a minute, we got no reason to be all-time highs. Now, this is a classic example of no gap, basically, big gap. Close, open. And if it is outside of range also, then it is it's an outside bar. So those are changes in my methodology, my vernacular, and seeping into my mind. NQ, ES, these are the minis. There we go. We're not got the lag. Ooh, I don't want to use the L word here because that's pretty surprising. And we'll save this the best we can. Okay. So we're happening, huh? Let it happen, Captain. What have we done? Well, we've taken out a few levels here. We're going to come up and get the overnight high from the looks of things. Okay, let me just, what are we doing now? Let me also announce here that hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem? This evening stream is working along here. Haven't really noticed any motivating trade potentials though. So I'm going to continue for the week and see what I think. We are open here. I'm expecting an open auction based on the overnight. We do have kind of a big divergence between the NQ and the ES here. This is micros. There's yesterday's close and open, obviously, today, and there we are. Big gap down and outside bar in the NQs. One of the things about the evening stream now, or the Globex stream, that is a possibility, and I need to probably look at it next week. If there's no opportunity or potential opportunity apparent with the ES or the MES, might be more movement with the NQs. In that, what I'm doing is the Globex stream is coming online at about 1700, which is the Globex Open. And I watch the opening range for that period, and then also for the Asia Open, which is at 1900. Hey, Panda, what are you doing? Did you come to see Antonio on desktop? We got too many things going on, don't we? We got too many things going on. Yeah, too many. What are we doing? Huh? What are you doing? Dad not paying attention? Okay. Your grandpa's not paying attention to you enough. And I will also say that my decision to start this evening Globex streaming, which means I'm basically here on the desk 12 hours minimum. It's actually a lot more than that because I start around 6. Yesterday was 4:30. But the timing sucks because we're having some schedule readjustments here for the family because our little princess has started her first job. So that's exciting. And I'm soccer dad, so I'm the one that does all the driving here. I'm the bus driver. And in the case of today now, I've got to dust off at about 9:30. She's got to be out there at 10. Yesterday, she needed to be there at 6 in the morning. So we get up a couple hours before and, all those kind of things. So as this schedule works out, just bear with me. And the Globex stream, which is, recorded obviously in live stream like everything. The reason I'm doing the live stream is because of my commitment to take no trades off the stream. And if I see a potential in those periods of time, which is the whole point, I'll trade them. And so I want to be able to do that. Now we have the levels setting up here for the initial balance trade based on the probabilities and the percentages. This is 25% of the initial balance, the range, the IB, 50% mark, and this is 25% off the low. Depending on which way you want to count it, it would be 25, 50, 75, or 25, 50, 75. So I just thought this was easier. These levels push from my IRT to Bookmap. Well, we're just banging around in a pretty tight range here, aren't we? What have we got? Let me, I've probably forgotten something. I'm sorry. If I did, shoot me. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Who are you going to call? Let's wake up here. Let's have a little wake-up music, by golly. So, yeah. We've got our numbers for the morning, but we do have Vett at 9 o'clock. Whether or not that's a game changer or a potential risk, you never know. I don't really think they pay a hell of a lot of attention to what he says. I've never seen a real, not that he's not one of the cabinet members. I've never really noticed a big market pop on things he says. This guy, of course, is the quintessential market popper down here. So 1400, he really, and of course with the drama going on in Beirut, in Middle East, in Iran, any moment there could be a tweet that would send this thing into orbit or, through the bottom of the ground. That's why risk management is your first and foremost goal, objective. Preserve your account, and you do that by managing risk. Okay. Let's see what else kind of trouble I can get into over here now. So the this is the setup here. This is the initial balance with the edgeful data driven theory. These are the 25, 50, 25, the initial balance highs. There we go. Look at this new really handy trading view, which I had never used, but is really slick. Asia, this is my Asia. These are my opening range setups for the Globex and the Asia, which, by the way, I need to, I'll shut those off. Well, at least I need to get rid of the dashboard. Okay, that one's shut off. This is the dashboard, so I only want to have the current, which is up here. I tell you, this is really a slick little tool here. I never used it before, but I'm pretty impressed. These are session prices, and what we want is this guy over here. We don't even have him working yet. There we go. So this is the current IB now. Here's our session. This is the current IB forming. The bias or continuation candle is plotting, and here's the stats so far. We're at 20 handle range on the IB so far. That's a lot. I have never used this before, as I have said a few times, but really handy. Really handy. User-friendly. That's a good word. The reason I started recently was because of my Edgeful subscription. I've discovered that all of these indicators, which they have built for TradingView, are available to me through my account with my Edgeful account. So, hey, why not, huh? And I have certainly not using. The ones that you see here are the sessions, the initial balance, and then a modified initial balance opening range for the Globex and the Asia. And let me say that my version of the opening range trade is the same as the initial balance. It's for a 1 hour period. So there you go. This is the old initial balance trade or setup system. It will plot starting at 9:30. They'll show up over here. Okay, that's all happening. And let's see what's the deal. What's our volume at? build something. Remember, it was $1.20. Well, it's dropped down from 120% to a little over 100. But the range is ATR has jumped up from a 1.75 points to 3.25. So if you're using a 3-point stop, oops, you better have some good entries, huh? Okay, I'm going to be off in another 45 minutes here. I got to get my head recalibrated to that. Feel like you can bring down a fish. Good boy. What a good boy. Okay. I'm hoping that I was showing all of that stuff over here when I was talking about it. I'm terrible about that. So, remember, protect your account. Risk management is the key. We'll start looking at the data here. I'll try to get that done before it's the IB sets. Unfortunately, I'm going to be having to hit the trail exactly when the IB sets. So, timing's everything, isn't it? Got a 20 handle range at the upper. We haven't closed the gap on the NQ even close. There was no, well, maybe well, here, let's look. This was the close, and here's the open. So there was a half a point gap. Not much to write home about there. And I'm not even going to bother trying to worry about it over here. So, what in the hell are we doing now? Let's have a look at the Just kind of go around the horn here. Got the bar. Is the bar open yet? I don't know. This is the thing I'm trying to understand. Oh, come on. Damn it. Goofy thing. I don't know why this is playing hard to get, but it seems like it is. Here we are now. We don't. What I'm trying to identify here is the consolidation period for the breakout and retest trade with this indicator that I dug out of IRT, and I'm able to set the bars and the range for these consolidations here. That I'm trying to figure out how to identify them. It's a pretty successful setup used by Rod and some fellas. We got something going on. Somebody said something over here. We're spiking up through the IB high now. Basically breakout and retest, but in order to be able to back test it or verify that it's statistically got an edge or an expectancy, I have to be able to identify the consolidation and then refer to that programmatically. So yeah, this is why I'm really excited about trying to get away from this stuff in IRT. Because my goal is to be a profitable trader, not have a profitable trading business, not sell code or be a code warrior or whatever you want to call them. Well, the IB low has been put in first. Can tell you that. And we're pushing the IB high up, right? The conventional thinking is that the most likely suspect for the single break is the last formed level. At this point, the IB low is formed first with this first candle, and now we've pushed the IB high up a couple times. It's been 10 or 15 minutes, so means nothing. This can come back down and push the IB low, doesn't matter. But just, throwing that out there. Perhaps better seen with the trading view thing. There's actually an indicator around that. That's called the continuation candle. Do you see this? You see that line right there? Well, I have that continuation indicator, which is right there, opening candle continuation. Here, let's do this. So the IB is off. This is now just the open candle continuation. And I have the time frame set for 1 hour as for the initial balance. What this does in the thinking is that this provides bias for the day, and there's statistics to back it up. It's real simple, like everything else. There's the opening print, and then we just watch the market progress until the end of the first hour. If this closing print of the first hour is higher than the open, it's green. If it's lower than the open, it's red. And they suggest a bias based on that. So there you go. And we'll be looking at those statistics in Edgeville here in a minute. Okay. Let's see now. Here we go. Everything looks like it's plodding along properly. Plodding or plotting, I'm not sure which. So have we started the retrace? Or has the market finally decided, you know what, this is crazy. We don't deserve these kind of prices. One thing's for sure, there's got to be some profit taking at some point around here. Or inflation is doubled. Thank you very much, administration. Unemployment is up. There's that little dust up going on in Iran and the Middle East, which has had this wonderful effect on the supply chain, fertilizer, helium, oil. You know, I don't think it's adding up to a good thing for the markets or the economy. And I'm certainly not I don't have a Nobel Prize in economics, so, you know. Well, the first half hour is coming to a close. In other words, nothing. There is a statistic which Rod, who is a good code programmer and trader, and a nice person from what I know him. And somebody that if he says he's got a statistic, I believe it, that he does, that he's done the work and has the backup for it, you know, has the data, has actually done the stuff rather than, oh, it's the structured trade. This is, you know, I bet this is a vetted setup. Some of the guys that do that, and you know, just by looking at the way they trade, that they no more did the homework and vetted that statistically, you know, have a statistically significant data set to back that up and fly to the moon. So you have to be careful. The common statement is verify everything for yourself always. And even with me, I show here on the stream how I backtest, how I calculate my statistics and my expectancy and all those things in an effort to not persuade anyone that I'm what to do, but in an effort to illustrate how to, so you can do your own. And that's important. Yeah, we're just ticking up now. Well, anyway, back to the Rod thing. There is a statistic that he pulled together called the IB30. It's affectionately referred to. The IB statistic, as we all know, is the, you know, that's been around since Christ was a carpenter and from the market profile days. What Rod's IB30 says, essentially, that the high or the low of the first 30 minutes of the RTH trading session has a high probability of being exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes. And there's a perfect, no, there is not a perfect example of it yet. We haven't ticked over. So this is the high, which pretty quick, this will be up here. And down here's the IB low of the first 30 minutes. So you can watch if they are exceeded, and could be exceeded multiple times. So one of the things to pay attention to here that I've noticed in the last few days, see these liquidity levels laying in here in the book that have been in there a while? We seem to be going to those like clockwork, up or down. Maybe it's just the monkey boys, you know, tendency for confirmational bias. I don't know, but it seems like I've noticed that and commented about it in the last few days. So we are past the first 30 minutes. Now Rod's IB30 would say that this level will be exceeded, or this level will be exceeded. 90-something% probability, I forget what it was, what he said. That it'll be exceeded in the second 30 minutes. And that's, I think, going to come true here in a couple of seconds. Ooh, I hear flip-flops. I hear the princess heading for the showers, I think. That's a good thing. We've still got some lag, but not much. This is kind of spooky. Okie dokie. So, so here's how I go about this now. I'll get this in before I leave. My approach to trading is as a business of statistics and probabilities based on price and volume. No, bunch of complicated indicators or anything like that. And to only take vetted setups and to eliminate discretion as much as possible. This is not some epiphany that I had. This is based on the most successful traders in the world who all came to the same conclusion. And I'm talking about Jim Simmons and Paul Tudor Jones and Tom the Trader and all these guys who are making a lot of money doing this. And they realize that it's basically a random environment, that the key to making money consistently or being consistently profitable is to identify a setup that occurs frequently. Obviously, something that happens once a year isn't going to do you much good. Something that happens frequently, and then identifying specific criteria that validate an entry for that setup. When those two pieces are in place, then you capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those criteria, and determine mathematically if it has a positive edge or expectancy or not. And if it does, you take that. First of all, that vetting process needs to happen in your homework session away from the live market. And then if you determine that it's got a positive expectancy, every time that setup displays itself, presents itself in the live market, you take the trade. And you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest the expectancy to your bank account. And if that sounds a little familiar, it is also the exact business model of a casino. And that's why you see books about trading like, Be the House and all this kind of stuff. Or, sayings. But it's the truth. A casino plays no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified to have a specific edge, percentage, probability, expectancy, whatever you want to call that, and specific rules. Then they put it on the floor, and the only mission those people have in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours, knowing that the law of large numbers will, scale and make them profitable. And I don't think, with the exception of one casino that I know went bankrupt, I have never heard of casinos losing money. And B, that's exactly why the people on the casino floors never get emotional. They know that gamblers are going to win. They know, if you try to cheat, somebody's going to get upset, but they know gamblers are going to win. They know the house is going to win, and they don't care. It's the law of large numbers manifesting the expectancy. And that's how the Jim Simmonses, the Paul Tudor Jones, the Dalios, the Tom the Trader, Tom B from the Trader's Lab, supposedly. I have not seen his statistics, but I believe him. That's how they do it. Some use more discretion than others in the trading business. Rod and those guys don't, they have that, like the bar trade, that's pretty, very successful, but it sort of borders on an art form a lot of the time. And I try to be more quantifiable and more systematic, or that's my goal. So there you go. And how do I do all of that? Well, I'm running out of time here, but here is this is a setup that's being vetted, and I can back test. Here's the original one, which I was able to do. It took me a long time. and backtest. There's only 3 rules. There's an A, a B, and a trigger. Not very imaginative. You're right. It uses fixed zones based on the initial balance, high or low. This new system that I think makes more sense, perhaps, is based on percentages of the initial balance. This is based on edgeful data. The way I backtest them is you have to have a system. In order to backtest with, a computer like this, you have to have a system that the computer can backtest. And all it does is go every 30-second candle, it evaluates every one of these rules. If there is a action, an entry, a profit target, stop, it does that without discretion. If your code says when the price crosses the initial balance high twice in 15 seconds, that's something, that's what's going to be. It's not going to be in 14 seconds or 10 seconds or 16 seconds. It's going to be exactly how this is coded. That's important to know. And it's completely system driven. There's no discretion whatsoever. And you can set the backtest up like this, however many days back, and you can run the backtest. I'm not going to do that because RT is playing pretty nice this morning with very little lag, and I'm not going to get a knickers in a knot trying to do too many things at once here. Seems to be a problem. After I do these backtests, which I can't show you the report, but after I do the backtest, I pull the data over here. Each one of these lines is a complete backtest. For example, IB, 16 tick stop, 16 tick T1, that's a poor example, 16 tick T2. Let's look at this one, 64 tick T2, 2 contracts. When price reaches T1, 16 ticks, it trails to 16 ticks. These are the variations. It's 499 days. There's 884 trades. Winners, average winner, loser, average loser, scratch. Win rate, expectancy, loss rate, all these parameters, and these consecutive winners, consecutive losers, FE, MAE, and I can even output Saltino and Sharpe ratios, but this is a proper backtest. I can show this to anybody. They say, hey, Boomer, you said that's a vetted trade. How did you do that? Well, right here you go. There's the data, absolutely. No question about it. And you can lean on that until something falls out, until the results go out of expected parameters, and that's exactly what happened with this particular setup. It worked very well for January, February, and a little bit of March, and then it drastically exceeded the expected consecutive stops in a row. So I stopped trading it because I was trading it as I should be automatically when it presented itself. So that's where I am at this point. Now, the next thing I'm doing here, where this is all going, is the edgeful data. Now this is a new and improved and super groovy. This is a really, I started as I started to subscribe to this when they first started the system. And the progress that they've made in a relatively short period of time is breathtaking. How it's changed is pretty funny, actually. This is the what's in play screener, which I don't use this one or the screener too much. This tells you what's setting up, the gap fill, the initial balance, which is forming, what the bias is so far. Let's get to the reports. Now this is the continuation candle, which we know we've just already talked about. And this thing refuses to remember. I don't know why. I do know it's my fault. I don't know how to do the save thing properly on these bookmark templates. Anyway, MES looking back 6 months. Opening candle, which we just looked at. You know, the opening print and the closing print. The number of frequency. The individual days and dates where that data happened. What I'm trying to do here is replace the coding effort I go through to be able to backtest a setup by using a tool like this, which doesn't require my coding, but I can do some customization stuff to these initial reports, and you'll see where I'm going. Let's do the next one, which is by weekday. This is pretty eye-opening. So here's the probability. If we have a green candle, there's a 66% probability that we'll have a green day, otherwise around on Thursdays. Look at Monday. 83%. Tuesday, about 50-50. Wednesday, 100%. Thursday, Friday. So that's the first bias tool. Next, I'm going to go to the initial balance breakout. And we'll start with the basic one here. Hopefully I'm not doing this stupid. So yeah, this is the standard report. It's the MES. It's for 6 months. There's no date filter. So there is generally a 74.8% probability that we will single break, 22% will double break, and a 2.36% we will not break either high or low of the IB. And there's how many statistics that, you know, how many, what those the frequency of the data points are, and this is on this time zone, which is the same as the cash market. I haven't changed it to, I've created a couple new ones, but I've created this Chicago, but this is for my entire 830 to 1600. This actually would translate to 830 to 1500. So this would be the cash market. And there is this surprising difference with that extra 30 minutes. I showed you earlier in the stream how they sold it off from the cash close yesterday until the market closed at 1600. They sold the damn thing off 20 something handles in that period of time after the cash market had already closed. So that makes a difference. I'll have to set up that differently, but as long as these are all the same, it's fine. Now we're going to look at by this is a real, what am I doing here? We're going to do a customization. Sorry, I'm being a dunce over here. By weekday. This is starting with the wide funnel and drilling down to more specific. So Wednesday, let's look at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Interesting. 75% will break out. 25% will break both sides, and 0% that we will stay inside the IB. By days. Now, if we want to get down to the rejection type, which is a real interesting thing. Okay, let's make sure what filters I have on. Well, we got to change that to Thursday. And make sure this is all days for now because we don't have an ending zone. So on Thursday, if the IB high formed first, and it did not, we would have these statistics for which one of the IBs should statistically be broken first. And in the case of an IB low formed first, we have a 72% probability that the IB high will be the breakout. On a Thursday. The next thing that we can put in here will be our range, our ending range. So what's that mean exactly? Get our handy dandy deal out. Well, here's the IB low was put first. Here's the high being pushed up. This is positive. This is the IB. So if this remains, this condition remains, there's a 77 or whatever it was percentage that the IB high will be the first one to break. And that'll be over here. So that's where you can, now I can further filter this down, but I've got to start doing stuff like finding my Levi's and getting ready to go. Much as I hate to say that, that's where we're at. So I'll put this back on IRT. We'll look at the big picture. And book map. And you know what I didn't do yet? Oh boy, I tell you, I gave Blue Boy the day off. You can tell how unorganized I get quick. There you go. There's Blue Boy. That's the first print of the RTH trading session for today. And what have we done? Our open is right there. We drop down and pick this guy off and up we go. And interestingly enough, they didn't take it the extra 2 ticks to get the overnight volume point of control, which is the highest probability. Isn't that interesting? And here we go, taking out these liquidity markers. Huh? So I'll leave you with this on 5 minutes, and I'm going to, 5 minutes, not 15. And I'm going to make sure Tam's on target, and I'm ready when she needs me. I'll be right. I've got the music going, and I'll try to come back by the mic here before I leave, but otherwise I'll see you in about 45 minutes. All right, so we're getting ready to dust off here. Keep your powder dry. My advice is do not trade towards the initial balance. Rather, let it set up and trade the statistic. That's something I'm reviewing to do with. What is that? That's something I'm reviewing to do with the new edgeful data analysis. I'll also illustrate how I can how the back test will be conducted from that system. Yeah, I'm guessing 45 minutes. If Goodloe has Tennessee Tennessee, there was actually a guy named Tennessee Ernie Ford, and he would end his show in the 50s every day with, "Well, if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, we'll see y'all next week." All right, back in the saddle. What the hell happened? Look at all the liquidity we got building up over here. Holy smokes. Who's on third? I don't know, huh? Let's get this to 250 so all these freaking lines go somewhere else. What's going on? There we go. Okay. Well, we took the IB high, didn't come back, and even, well, I guess you could say there was a little bit of a IB continuation here. Certainly not anything to do with the percentages. I'm guessing there's probably not a trade on any of the systems here. Let's look. No, we did get the breakout, but certainly not the trigger. What's happening over here? Well, we got an A and a B and a trigger, it says, and up we go. So this is long and everybody's hi-ho silver over here. And there's the T1 and T2 is up the road. They're not taken yet, but likely. So this was the original strategy that I built. You know, just no scientific thinking about these zones. It was simply Rod and I were talking, and well, I need to, you know, let's go so many points. What these values are is real simple. If anybody wants to know, even though you can see the numbers over here. The continuation zone is 3 to 5 points above the IB. The pullback zone 3 to 5 points below the IB, and the trigger zone is 1 point either side. All with the theory being, we take the IB, we go up to the continuation zone, a pullback to the trigger, and that's a long, vice versa for shorts. And it was just as scientific as, you know, Rod and I talking about it. Hey, we'll try 3 to 5 points. And so there we did. That was how I built this. Wanting to have something built, you know, that was complete and that I can obviously change the zones or whatever, but that was the idea. And now we're going up to the moon, Alice. Oh yeah, baby. Jesus. Let's look at our old friend down here, the new old friend, TradingView. Well, yeah. And here's the closing candle way up here. So that's a 0 to 25 zone. Now, this is where somebody would say, okay, I'm going to trade in anticipation of this breakout based on the data from the 25 zone up. And that would be a valid, certainly profitable, I'm a real star deal going on so far. So yeah, I'm sure glad I was driving around the flooded tundra of Texas. Jesus. What did I do? How did I deserve this? This is not good here. Okay, let's see now. I missed the big pop. Damn it. Hopefully y'all got it. Antonio, have you bought that castle yet? I'm thinking you probably have. Well, so let's see what the statistics are doing. Well, we have obviously put the IB high in last. The IB low was formed first, so we had a 72% probability we would take the IB high. What we didn't do here was the ending zone, which is 0 to 25. I mean, this is moot, but it's for the record. So you see, by changing that ending zone, that gave us a 100% probability that we were going to take the IB high in this configuration with this number of occurrences, which is not a hell of a lot, but we were kind of surprised last night in the Globex stream. Stephen and I, he was in there and we were talking quite a bit. There are only 52, well, it makes sense, that many weeks, right? There's 52 Wednesdays in a full year. So this is not a surprisingly small amount of occurrences or, frequency of occurrences, because this is only looking back 6 months. So you have to bear that in mind. Because you want to be sure that you're looking at a statistically significant, sample. So there we are. Now let's look at the, whatever they're called, the retracements. Given the wrong day, given Wednesday, given Thursday. So we have had none of the retracements yet. Oh, sorry. None of the retracements. What this report would say is that we should expect that there's a 66% probability that after the initial balance high is taken, we'll pull back to the 25% zone. 44% probability we'll pull back to the 50. So what's that mean? That means that there is a probability that at some point here after this, we closed up here, closed right there. We took the IB high. There's a 70, 60, whatever it is, % probability that we'll pull back to this level. 44% will come back to this level at some point. Doesn't say when. That's a big question. Obviously, the trade was to understand by the closing zone here that it was 100% probability to take that trade. When we pulled down into here, that's a long in anticipation of this, because our it's a 28-point IB. So that's basically 7 handles or so in each zone, isn't it? So if we got long down in here somewhere, we're looking at about 8 handles to the IB, and obviously it's still going north. That would have been a excellent get on trade today, and I was busy driving across Texas. But you know, family, there are priorities in this world. Life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? So there we are. Now I've got all kinds of goofiness going on with and I don't really have any data points to follow on that I've identified yet to follow on from the initial balance. So. I was getting all kinds of crap early this morning about my virus stuff. I need to see if what's happening here. Stand by. Okay. This is one of the today. This signal today is one of the cleanest and clearest that I've noticed since I've been watching this strategy. It would have been lovely. I would have put it on with the hedge management at the stop, but it would have been unnecessary. Obviously, the hedge would have never triggered, and it would be substantially in the money now. 15, 20 handles. 15 handles. Almost 20. So if the hedge does not trigger, meaning the stop would not have been hit, it's 5 micros. This is a basic trade. That's disappointing. Really disappointing. Great setup and trade though. Wow. Yeah, man. Well, it's at least encouraging to know that these my efforts are on target. Now, you know, pretty tough to pay the rent with that, but you know what I mean. It's I had a similar experience that I've had frequently with this stream. Antonio, you're probably the, I guess, only guy around, but the music here I don't listen to because, as you know, I don't have speakers at my desk, but I have to put on a headset. When I put them on, it seems quite, volume seems good, but when I'm trying to turn the stream on with my phone, like when I'm in the car, I can't hear it at all. not sure what to do about it. If it's good on you guys on your end or whatever, well, good. When I put the headset on here, it sounds just fine. So I don't know. Don't know. I do know I'm disappointed, though, that's for sure. Would have been very definitely a trade day, and I need those. So we'll see what happens. Going forward. See if this guy got his stuff here. I don't see any. So now I have a pickup at 2 o'clock. Jesus, this new schedule's got me all discombobulated here. I'm going to have to well, it'll all work out in the wash. The important thing is my little girl is off on her new big adventure. Poor old dad's getting relegated to the broken toy box here pretty quick, I guess. Bummer. If it was up to me, she'd be a little gal for ever. I also noticed that it doesn't seem like the music is ducking properly under this mic, and even though I've got it set that way. Well, anyway, shit happens. Here we go. Now, this is no trade for me at all, under any circumstances. I don't think it's intelligent to try to trade the retracement. Do you know what I mean? So if we're using the edge folks, if we're using the statistics where there is a 70% statistic or probability that once the IB is broken out, we will return or retrace to the 25 handle. Well, I don't think that's good reason to take a short right here. Now, there is we do have a real low volume node and some real light. Are these singles even? Let me just check. Where's the trade go? It's not a string of singles here so far. But we have this real low volume node. So, back to the IB maybe, but clear down to the 25s. I don't know. I don't think I'm brave enough, boy, to do that. Let's see if I'm crazy here. Maybe that's also a possibility. Okay. Retracement. Thursday. These retracements don't have the closing zone weightings involved. A lot of statistics, however. And the number of times that they were satisfied or achieved. But just quickly, the low was put in first. We broke out the IB high, so there's a 77. Oh, I'm sorry, completely backwards. I get these goofy all the time. This is the breakout or the retracement, which means breakdown is the low. IB low is exceeded, and this is the IB high is broken out. So there's a 66% probability that we will retrace to the 25% level. In other words, we have taken the IB breakout. We've traded up here. Now there's a 77% or whatever it was, 67% probability that we will retrace to this level after the breakout. And another 44% we get to 50s. This would, for all intents and purposes, appears to me to be a squeeze. You know, they're squeezing the shorts from yesterday. And we just came up and tagged into the POC, which I don't think I have properly indicated here. What's going on with that? Why don't I have the MCVPOC on here? Whose job is that? Let's see. Oh, wrong button. Well, that POC, that MCVPOC is at 7588. So why don't I have it there? Why isn't it right there where it belongs? Let's see where it is hiding down here. Get out here and fight like a man. Where the hell did it even go? I know I put that in there yesterday. I thought, oh yeah, MCVPOC. You know what I did? I got a 10 points high yesterday. Football. That's my mistake, I think. 7588. Okay, and that was put in on the 2nd. Yeah. I think. Well, let's make it yesterday to just be extra clear about it. So sorry about that. Now we're cooking. Ooh, there's our 1, 2, 3, our ABC, our whatever. Hey, yeah, I'm coming. Boss is calling her. I better get out there for him in big trouble. Well, let's see. Didn't get quite, didn't even get close to the IB, and up we go again, huh? Well, what's going on? What's going on here now? I got too many balls in the air. This IB, this security thing bothers me. I hate it when stuff just works painlessly, for a long year, and I'm talking years, and then all of a sudden tips over, and you get some support in Bangalore or somewhere that I'm not achieving anything. So we're going to get this 75.90 liquidity here without question. Excellent pullback to the liquidity, and then up they go. Okay, well, I'll be back in a flash here. I'm busy working on my other machine and typing this and doing that and keeping an eye on this. Well, they're just banging these liquidity levels right, left, and center, aren't they? Heading for 76 here. Boy, that IB, wow. That would have been quite the long ride here today, wouldn't it? Son of a gun. Oh, this is getting so frustrating. And there's nothing I know of I can do about it. If I have to not, if I'm not here, I'm not here. I don't know what else to do. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Always something. Always something. Oh boy. So, yeah, everything's just moving along swimmingly here. The dryer's not blowing the breaker, and goddamn, it's always something. And it's 11:30. Well, that's magic. 11:30, and we're way out of any potential trade zone for me. This is another area where the bar trade is appealing to me because of it can occur any place. But I don't have a good enough handle on how they're looking at it to trade it. That's why I'm trying to develop the strategy with the bar beauty over here. Going on here now? What the hell is this? Yeah, these don't, and they make no sense, right? No trigger. Making money. They're finally closed out. So 64 and 12. Is that 4? Yeah. So it's 76 ticks with no heat. Oh, well, there's little heat right there. And then 76 ticks on the old zone IB, go figure. The one that used to work pretty damn well, and then all of a sudden took an excessive number of stops in a row, which caused me to pull it off the system, park it from live trading. Frustrating, very frustrating. I wasn't here anyway. Though, how that would have appeared over here. There's the IBE breakout. Continuation zone. Trigger. Up she goes. Disappointing. Everything is going weird here. There's a lot of moving parts today, boy, between none of which are lending themselves to a good trading experience here. Just because I can't, stay focused here. Now remember that POTUS is going to be taking the floor here at 1600, so be careful about that. I'll be away because I'm picking Tam up. I have to pick her up be there to get her at 2. And then hopefully get back here in time to close the stream up. It's getting really disjointed here. I'm not having any fun. And welcome to the stream, by the way. This is my virtual trading journal. Assuming that I trade once in a while. But I stream every day, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500. The purpose is that everything I see on my screens here is IRT or bookmap are captured in the video. And then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. That's how I get my thinking into the recording. I've also undertaken now, starting this week, a second Globex stream, which starts at 1700 until about 2000. That picks up the opening range breakout for the Globex and then also Asia. This is just a test to see if those look like there's any promising opportunities there. And the reason I stream that exercise is in case there is a trade or an opportunity. I have a very firm commitment to take no trades off the stream. That's all my trades are live and they're all on the stream. Nothing is ever recorded or a look back or a playback. That's the bottom line. And because that's the bottom line that I look for. That's the requirement I have decided that I have. If somebody can't trade live, then I'm not interested in what they have to say. Simple as that. The one I really get is when they're showing a replay and they're going, well, I took this here and I got that there. Well, so why didn't you just record the trade? And why aren't we looking at that now? I think the answers to the questions is pretty clear. And where I came from, Stephen? yeah. Where I came from, the old saying was, money talks and bullshit walks. You know. Did you? I posted that link on your DM. Did it work for you? Or well, whenever. It should just, while you're here, okay, watch this. Didn't think, now, what an opportunity. I have just renamed this column, which is a Cloud Notes column. I just renamed it IRT, right? You can do something around here like that. So you configure the column, and there's the name. I just changed it to IRT. But what we're going to do is we're going to go to Notes. You're going to go to Cloud Notes. You're going to say, yes, I'm going to do all of this stuff over here, typical agree to crap. And then the link that I put in your DM message, you paste right here in this field, and you click save. And you should have exactly what I've got going on here, I hope. Now, are you looking at the mini or the micro? Because I have to think about that for a minute. That could make a difference. Anyway, there you go. There you go. Now the dryer's blowing the breakers, and Jesus, I got to go pick Cam up at 2, and you know. Missed the beautiful opening IB continuation long right here because I was dropping Tam off. Timing is everything, isn't it? One of those days. My this morning early, my antivirus software, which I have one account for 5 machines, you know, all some kind of crap. First, I have a letter that they in my email that they, you know, sent the renewal. Okay, fine. And then I start getting all these pop-ups everywhere that the thing is expired, and do I want to renew, and can I do this? And I have the code for the renewal. I paste it in. It says it's valid, but it's expired. So I've been going back and forth with those jokers now for a couple hours. I finally just said, this is ridiculous. How am I supposed to imagine that if you cannot straighten out a simple activation key when you renew an existing account, how could I possibly imagine that you could provide adequate virus protection? You either straighten this out by $1,700 tonight, or I'll cancel the renewal payment and I'll get another supplier. Thanks a lot. And I've used WebRoot for a long time. You know, a long time. I'm talking years. This is crazy. And it's no, you know, I try to be nice about those things, and now it's given me a it just popped here. Are you looking? It just popped up a threat thing over here because it needs to be renewed or whatever else. Yeah. It's no support guy's fault, and I'm never abusive to those people because they're just doing their job. But that is how I feel. And the best part about it is I'm using the key provided on the renewal, which I know what you do and how you do it. You just open the app and there's a place to plug in the key, and you put activate, and boom, there you go. And actually, when they do the yearly renewal, that should be a behind the covers deal on their part. You know, you shouldn't need a new activation code. Just poor support. Not poor support, but poor design, I guess. And then, you know. Always something. I need to get some stuff together for the bank too. I don't know when I'm going to do that and get over there. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, I guess. Maybe open on Saturday morning too. That might help. Yeah, well, you just slap that link in there and you ought to be okay, I guess. I also have a link for the NQ and for the micro if that, but since you're using the mini, no problem. But it is instrument specific, but not the contracts. There's a wild card for the contract, so that you don't have to change it all the time every time we roll over. Shoot, over. Well, let's see if jumping through the shower changed my attitude. Well, we're going to take this liquidity out at 7,600. I don't know how long ago I said that, but you know, it seems pretty obvious at this point. That's pretty weird. You can't paste the link into Bookmap. I mean, you can always paste the link in. If the link's wrong, you're going to get if you're looking at the stream, you'll just get a thing over here that says something, you know, unable or bad data, or I don't know what it says, some message here. I forget. Loading, I think, a lot of times. But just being able to paste into here should be absolutely. Remember, you got to go to the Cloud Note column, select Cloud Notes, say OK to this thing, and then you should be able to post it in here. No problem. Just control, you know, if you're doing it off of the link, highlight it, Control C is copy, and then put your cursor in this deal over here and go Control V, like Victor, and that should paste it right in there, and then save, and away you go. I've never heard of anything where you couldn't do that. I don't know. What, I guess this might be something. Oh, okay, so that is working then. So are you sure that it's the minis that you have in there, not the micros? In other words, do you have the MES and this M6? Or do you have the ES-M6? Chicago. Oh, wait a minute. Are you using rhythmic data? If you're not using rhythmic data, it won't work at all, because that's part and parcel of the instrument. Shut up. I didn't think about that one. There's the 7,600. Boom, bang, crash. Oh, that's it. That's the problem. So what you'll need to do is, well, what do you power? Whoa, wait a minute. What data do you use for IRT? Yeah, really. I mean, you're absolutely right. What data do you use for IRT? Is it the same? No, I don't think it can be. Well, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. You could probably do some sort of a magic, you know, find and replace, automatic find and replace on the, in other words, pull that link with the link that I provided you, pull that down to an Excel or to a Sheets on your machine, and then copy all of the data except the instrument column, and then change the instrument column to whatever format Bookmap gives you for the, in other words, instead of saying like, where the hell is my mouse gone? Instead of saying up here in the corner, mesm6.cme.@rhythmic, whatever it says over there, you would change that, and then you could do it locally on your own machine and have those cloud notes, in other words, translate from my instrument export from IRT to the associated instrument for your data, and then all the rest of it would apply. Well, what a pain in the ass. I'm sorry. Oof. I don't know who your broker is or where you're getting your data for IRT, but you should be able to also power Bookmap with that, unless your broker's giving you a special. I don't know. I don't want to get into your business, but there's the 7600s. Oh, damn, I should go. Maybe I ought to start a church or something and predict things. I predict I'm sleepy and I gotta go see if the dryer's shorted out again. Busy talking to the mute. I'm going to step away here and go pull the breaker out of the service panel and see if I can, so I can identify it and get a replacement. Well, here we go. So, well, humph. Bah humbug. All right, so I got to dust off out of here at the bottom of the hour to pick up Tam, and I will hopefully be back before the stream close at 1500. In case I am not, I'll be picking up the Globex stream at 1700. It lasts about 3-4 hours, and then tomorrow morning, same time, same station, 0800 Central Standard Time, for the complete extravaganza. And I hope to Christ I can actually be here and make a trade. It's pretty frustrating. But I don't chase, and I don't FOMO, and I don't ever move my stops. So, you know, I have to have a vetted trade setup trigger, or here I stand. Pretty much a bummer, but that's the way it is. Okay, so I think everything's pretty much under control. As much as it can be. It's kind of like a Chinese fire drill, you know, about the same deal. So, yeah, been a beautiful trade day. That IB continuation was just spectacular. It in fact did not satisfy the retracement rules, or data. So there's that. But it would have very definitely lent itself to a front run or an anticipation trade, which I've talked about in the data a lot. So don't think I need to do that again, but happy to if somebody's interested, but I think you know what I mean. Here's the where am I know I have a mouse around here somewhere. There you are, hiding over on the other computer. Here is the IB breakout. Blue boy right somewhere. Blue boy right there. The IB breakout. Pull back. Didn't come to the retrace zone. Took off. Now for my old initial balance setup, it was to the tick. The IB A, B to the continuation zone, pull back for the trigger, and Bob's your uncle. Up you go. And that is precisely what happened somewhere. What happened to the day here? What the hell happened to this thing? Come on, IRT. God. Well, this is frustrating. That's exactly what happened right here. A, B into the continuation zone, trigger, up for 78 ticks. And only because this is where the profit target is, there was, you could still be in the damn thing if you were actually managing the trade. If I were actually managing the trade, it would still be long. Pretty impressive. As far as the IB, specific IB trade, which relies on a pullback to the retrace, nothing. There's the breakout, there's no retracement, so there's no trade. Looking at the data, however, because of the ending zone of the IB, which is at 9:30, and the fact that the IB high was put in last, the IB low was first, and that it is Thursday, there's a 100% probability that we are going to take out the IB high. Well, here's the IB. When it's down here at the 25% level or below, that's a long, in anticipation of the IB stat and points north. And you can put your stop just under the 50. So you've got a minimum 1-to-1. Yeah, and a lot more. The way that looks on the data stuff is, oh well, how it looks over here is how it looks over there too. There's the IB, there's the zone. We haven't taken it out. We pull back down here like this. You've got 100% probability for this high to be taken out. So you front run it, and wow. Of course, this is hindsight, rearview mirror crap, which I detest, but it is the only way to, you do have to review, and see what things to start, pattern recognition, etc. I'm not saying I did any of that, or that I'm an IB guy, or that I knew exactly this stuff was all going to happen, but I'm reviewing it to confirm in my mind how to use this data tool, which is here. So this is the IB, this is Wednesday, this is Thursday, and all those things. So there's a 66 probability we'll retrace to 25, 44 to the 50, but here's the one that's Here's the one that I think is important. The IV low was formed first. It's Thursday. This is the ending zone. There's the day. 100% probability we're going to take out that I. That's the statistic that you lean on to go long. I think. And they're going to go right up to the top. And if this closes up here, this thing ain't done. It's going to keep going. That's an observed action or, result or whatever. So I'm going to dust off out of here now, pick up Tam. I'm going to try to slide by the Home Depot on the way to get Tam and pick up this breaker. Nothing's easy, I jump online quickly and look at this breaker. Amazon sells it for $17. They can deliver it it'll deliver on Saturday. Home Depot's got it for $19. Ace, which is just around the corner from us over here, $38. God, I guess they just make money based on convenience, but Jesus criminy, that's a big difference. Double. That's a big difference. So I think what I'm going to do is jet on out of here now and slide by the Home Depot. Right, that way I can increase my possibility of being back here in time for the market recap and to close the stream out at 3. So I'm not doing anything here. So you guys, trade them up or light each other or whatever. I'll be out for a little bit. Well, that was about as close to not making it back as I could get. Yes. We'll see what happens there now. I'm not going to be able to do the, hey, Magic, what's up? I was on the run for TAM. Until the schedule gets ironed out, we kind of don't know what's going on at the moment. Seems like we pick her up every day about 2, so I guess that's going to become a permanent thing. And of course, it's only the week during the week, so that it couldn't be the weekend when there's no trading. So it was the perfect IB continuation trade. I was dropping her off at that moment, but and gonna shut the stream off here. I'm not gonna bother with the pre-market or the post or anything. Too late for the wrap. The Globex stream will start at 1700. I'm going to monitor that for a week or two to make sure whether there's opportunities available there or not. Yeah, it's crazy. Pretty crazy. And I gotta get ready for the 1700, and then I need to. Get out with her for a 4-mile walk, and then back. Jesus. Pretty full dance card here today. And no trades. Now, the original initial balance system, which I had coded up long ago and worked very well until it didn't. Today was 72 ticks, and could have been it's 72 ticks because this is T2, but obviously could go on. Could still be in there. The EF or the Edgefold based data-based setup didn't have a trigger, and just there was the breakout but no trigger. Yeah, so hopefully this schedule will get ironed out and we'll know what to depend on, and then I can make adjustments or additions or corrections to my schedule. In principle, it'll always stay the same at 8 o'clock in the morning every trading day, Central Standard Time, the pre-market, and then the RTH session, the cash session. Thank you. Here we go. Cash close. What a day. Tomorrow is non-farm payroll, by the way. So that's the news you need to worry about. Won't do the market wrap today, but looking at the news for ahead of tomorrow, we got non-farm payroll at 7:30. So there we go. And there is 1500. That's 7 hours on the clock. I'm going to end the stream now as usual, and then the Globex stream will pick up at 1700. This is an abbreviated stream, but I want to see what opportunities present themselves with the opening range breakouts for in the Globex and the Asia, in case there's something there. And the reason for the stream is, if there is an opportunity, I want to be able to trade it, and I don't take any trades off the stream. So there we are. Have a great, thanks for coming by, Magic, Zara Guy, Boyke, and Stephen, Antonio, and maybe Richard or whoever. A bunch of views over here, but I don't see any names or anybody joining the chat. So thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Again, the Globex stream is going to pick up in about 2 hours. Abbreviated stream, but nonetheless. So, yeah, I got to get this wrapped up and get the stream scheduled for the... Then I got to get out and put a new breaker in the service panel for the dryer, and, you know, life stuff. So have a great night. I'll talk to you in a little while, in a couple hours, or 8 o'clock in the morning.